Me dá uns 2 segundinhos que eu coloco eles ali em cima. E aí eles vão cair. Ajuda aqui, Vitor. Coloca um aqui. Aí eles vão cair, sabe? shoes. Yeah, I just want to get comfortable.
It's going to be long. Okay, what is mattress?
Não vou, vamos. Prende a sapata aqui no negocinho.
Carina, will be more as a resident?
Prende.
No. The residents. Such a band.
Yeah. So this is going to be, I'm going to be learning as much as you. I have an idea of the things I would like us to do for the next 3 days, but they can change. They will depend on each other. So today, I wanted to see it as a kind of a way of entering this space. Because I mean, you've been here for a week. I know all of you have used this space already, so you're already familiar with it, but in a different context. So now it's really about, I suppose, this idea of becoming residents. So making this place, well, the theme of today was turning a space, to stop using that word, espacio, into a place, lugar. If that's possible at all, and thinking about the difference between, and as an artist, how you think, what you think of a space and what you think a place is. There's often this idea in theatre making, by the director Peter Brook. Have you heard of Peter Brook? He has this book called The Empty Space, and it's about making theatre. And his claim is, you know, the theatrical space begins as an empty space. But I don't agree with that, and a lot of theatre makers and practitioners wouldn't agree with that, because as this poet Kirsten Sutherland said once, people don't live in spaces, they live in places. And you have to ask the question, do we want to be making work in a space which has nothing to do with the surroundings, nothing to do with history or culture, or do we want to make work in somewhere that we are living? So I suppose that's one question I would like to maybe think about today, and we'll explore it in the second session when we start to get on our feet. But yeah, this may happen, I'm already rambling, so I don't have a script. I do have a sort of plan.
So it's like an empty space that
Yeah,
we are going to
me.
transform in a place.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do today. There's one thing we achieved today, is that all of us have managed to transform this space, or a space in here, into a place. But yeah, I don't know whether to give this to you, because we might not stick to it, but this is the handout for today. So I thought I wanted to divide today into 3 sections. We may only be able to do 2, or we may actually finish early. I don't know. Let's see. The first third, I wanted us to just simply think about questions. So asking each other questions, asking yourself questions, and this kind of way of getting started. And then the second part, I want, as I just spoke about, to think about transforming space into place. And then the third section, which I'm expecting to lead on to tomorrow, so that we'll start with it, would be for us to start working together, to begin with in pairs. And I've brought in a text, The Tempest, by Shakespeare, which it doesn't matter if you don't know the play. I just will read it, and there's an English original, and there's also a Portuguese translation, so you have that. And I wanted to look at that as a kind of, just a starting place to make something together. So your task will be by tomorrow, in pairs, you will have made a little piece together. And it could be a minute, it could be 10 minutes, it's just purely using it as a stimulus, a source text. But we'll move on to that later. So we don't need to worry about that. I think the first question I wanted to give to everyone will go around. You may want to think about it for a little bit, so don't worry if there's silences and you're thinking. But I was trying to think of the right way to phrase it. And the question is, what was the first ever performance or piece of art that you made? And this doesn't necessarily have to mean like an official piece of art. It could be sort of games you played as a child, or things that you used to do when you were younger, but which has a specific relation to what you do now. And the question is, to what extent, how far are you still making this piece of art, this performance, and to what extent have you moved on from it? Does that make sense to the question? And maybe I could answer first as an example, so you know what I'm talking about.
The mic. This is the mic. What is this picking us up?
So it was one of the earliest things I remember doing. So my mother's family are Austrian, and I used to, every Christmas or every year, we would go and visit Austria. But I never learned German properly, so I've grown up listening to German and understanding to an extent, but I never learned it properly. And for various reasons, it's still the same today. So I can understand a bit, I can speak a bit, but I'm not good. So for me, this has been kind of like a wound, in a way, not a serious traumatic wound in anything, but it's sort of a kind of a regret that I have about myself. But at the same time, I think it's also part of the driving force for a lot of my interests and a lot of what I am interested in making. So what I used to do when I'd go for holidays, I'd watch the news in Austrian live, and then afterwards I would demand that all the family gather round and watch me present the news again. So I would give them this show, and I would pretend to be speaking German and all sorts of language that I was just sort of making up a sort of babble. yeah, and it was really animated. I would do the whole news programs, and that's why I imagine sort of descending from the ceiling in a swivel chair, and I would report on the daily events, and then I would do the sport and the weather. And I mean, I think they enjoyed it. Maybe they just had to put up with it. I don't know how long it would last. Maybe 20 minutes or something. But that's sort of, I would do it quite a lot. And I suppose that was when I was starting to think about that lack of knowledge that I had, and that way of turning that into something productive. And I suppose on the one aspect of it shows that kind of desire that you have if you're a performer or you make theatres, you crave a response from other people. So there's a very kind of selfish, like vulnerable aspect of that, kind of like, look at me. But then, so a lot of the work that I've been doing in the past few years in various forms has been about being stuck between languages and not being fluent in another one, but using that as a creative material. So that includes forms of poetry, translation, and my PhD, which I recently finished, was about Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce, which some of you may have heard of. I don't expect anyone to have read it. But it's a book basically that it's essentially English, but it has hundreds of other languages flowing through it. And I became obsessed by this book because it appealed to that, I suppose, quirk.
What's the name of it?
Finnegan's Wake.
In Portuguese, it's the same name in Portuguese.
There's a new translation, I think, in Portuguese that's recently.
I had a friend of mine who read the 10 minutes of the first part of Finnegan's Wake. It's such a great instrument.
It is, yeah. It's quite a ridiculous book. I think you can only really read it if you do something with it. So I wanted to make performances with it and to make music with it. So yeah, I'll stop there. That's what I can do. So what's your next?
I don't know. When I was a child too, I liked to dance in the living room for my parents and everyone that came to my house. I used to wear my mother's clothes, like a skirt that I transformed in a dress, something like that. Or maybe dancing music I had learned at the school for a little child. Yes, this is a question about the first performance, huh? That's it?
Yeah, I mean, it could be as specific or vague as you want, yeah. But I guess thinking about how the question is, are you still doing that? Or
Yes.
how has it changed and how does it feed into what you do now?
So, yes, and then I always loved to present these little pieces of dance in the living room. And once there was a party in my school. It's a creche here in Brazil. Creche is a kindergarten.
Yeah, we say creche.
Kindergarten.
Before you go to proper school.
Yeah. And then once had a party here of São João. It's a party here, and we do marriage and everybody. And then I was the bride.
Yep.
And then I think that moment I was like the protagonista, and I had about 4 years ago. And I really liked that, and I always watching TV and wanted to be an actress, always. I started after that, I asked for my mother to do classes of theater, and then in 6 years I started my first character was a monkey of Noah boat, Noah Ark. Because here I have Chico Buarque's composition that he made for this story, and I was a monkey. I have a part of one music that the monkey appears on. So I remember that when I was really on stage, I got very nervous. I was 6 years old and I got that pain, that pain here when you're nervous. And I forgot, and I entered with an older girl. She entered with me because I was small, and then I entered with her with all those monkey stuff. And my mother had done a tail of monkey with arami, with the metal inside that. My tail started like really up, behind me. And everything, I have a picture, is very funny. But I didn't like very much the costume at that time. It was really strange, like a monkey. And then I forgot the line, I forgot what I had to tell. That moment I had that pain. And and the girl helped me. All the parents watched it. But then in the second day, I remember that I didn't have the pain anymore. I super enjoyed it. The first day was like a shock. But then the second day was nice. And then after that, I really enjoyed it. And really liked very much to go to the theater classes because I was very shy at my school. And then in my school I had problems, boys and girls, school is difficult sometimes, and I liked the people of my class, that there was these strange people, that they were not the common people, that the girls that had long and straight hair, I liked the girl that was fat, the other that once had made peace. I liked these people that nobody cared. And then in the theater classes, we were kind of that, other kind of children that were my friends, really. So I felt always in the theater classes more like my place. And that was it, the beginning, my first performances in living room. Maybe your daughter know those music of, that music of 1 o'clock, uma da tarde, a caveira.
She knows it.
And I love it to present that song for my mother's friends.
She loves that song.
I love that song. Yeah, all the time, yeah. So each time something happened with the caveira.
Mommy running around the block,
Yeah, that was my favorite song for the presentations of the video.
So your work now that you do, how is it connected to? I mean, obviously you're a performer and an actor, but how would you describe the work that you do now?
I'm now still an actress. I'm on stage also, but my work started to touch other languages too, photography and dance, cinema, and when I did my first play, then I wanted people to be like us around. So I made a play that people have a touching and eating experience with the play. Everybody's sitting around, and then I think a kind of I'm touching also a kind of plastic art with the performance art, and so I keep showing me. And it's a point now that I am, now I think I am maybe passing to other parts. That's because I'm an actress, I always dances or something, or even self-photographies. But now I am thinking about directing movies and doing things or making moving art videos that I'm not there. So I think I'm now passing through another space around the stage.
Yeah, taking a step back.
Yes.
But also creating through that and having a.
Yes, and this stage that can be a movie, a tele, a screen, or a photography, or an object.
So it's quite broad and all-encompassing.
Yes, it's open.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, I keep getting ideas now with responses for other questions and things, so that's good. But yeah, Carina, do you want to go next?
In English, in Portuguese, in Spanish, all the languages. My first piece of art performance was in church when I was 11 years. When entered to the church with panelas.
Communion, first communion.
No, she
no.
entered
In
the
other forms.
with the cooking. Como é que é panela?
I forgot. I completely forgot.
Panelas. So many panelas and making song and making sounds.
Which church? How old were you?
11.
Which church? It sounds so cool.
In Estrela, in my city.
No, it's Luciana.
No.
No, it's Catholic.
Católica. E porque eu chamava o padre também.
You called the father.
Para chamar a atenção do padre. Essa era.
But was it like a whole performance with other people?
Não.
You did it
Não,
alone?
eu não tinha menos.
Less than 11.
Uns 8 anos.
8.
Eu não lembro muito. I don't remember perfectly.
Yeah, oh, it's 11 years old.
I remember que eu entrava na igreja e fazia muitos barulhos, chamava a atenção do padre e ia para o altar.
And go to the altar.
This is my first.
So it wasn't a ritual.
Espécie, kind of.
Yeah.
My ritual.
Your ritual.
Oh, and nowadays you doing your own rituals in other sacred places.
So then, yeah.
No, I make my rituals with other people, with other persons. Same thing. Always. But I think my this sequência de trabalho,
Sequence of work.
desde minha primeira peça até agora, é trabalho onde eu iniciei.
Is a work.
Right.
Tem que cantar.
Devo cantar em inglês.
Yeah.
Aproveita a oportunidade.
I think the sequence of my work since this moment, since this moment, and now, I think in the first moment I was so interested in representation something and usar my corpo and use my body to represent one thing, and now I use my body para expandir,
Expand
meu
As an
mesma,
expression.
eu mesma.
myself.
So so there's a conscious moving from imitating things representing
Yeah.
things, using the body.
I
as-
make the artistas in theater, and now I make performance art and other things, rituals, de saúde, healing rituals, que está mais interessado,
More interested.
mais for dentro, inside.
But-
I find it, difficult to understand exactly the difference between the two things you just mentioned.
Between representation and using the body.
Understanding, yeah.
Porque eu acho que antes eu usava de elementos externos para mim,
External.
como algo que vinha muito em favor de algo, que talvez não fosse o que eu estava querendo, em favor de uma composição, em favor de uma composição de algo, utilizar as coisas para mostrar, para produzir outras coisas, simplesmente porque se via algo esteticamente interessante.
To show other aspects of life, something to do. You're not wanting to show something else. It's like you're not a metaphor in a way. You're not using an object of your body to show something else. You're thinking about objects, the way they're composed, or is that right?
Yes. Yes, I think she passed from representation of others subjects
Yeah.
to express
Em favor de texto,
Okay. Yeah.
em favor de texto, em favor de diretor, em favor de outras coisas.
Your body was just a medium for something.
Yeah.
That's not you.
Yeah. And now my body is the
instrument.
the object of art.
So the one who speaks.
So then,
Okay, perdón?
The one who speaks, she said.
Your body
Yeah, it's
is-
a kind of, and also that she's, because I know Carina's work and that maybe it's not for, not showing people something or a story, but making people feel and live experience. It's not more like a stage, but a ritual. It changes
Yeah, oferecer algo
offer
que os outros possam experimentar
that
o
other
seu próprio corpo como eu estou experimentando o meu próprio corpo.
so you go inside yourself, but the goal is that has an impact on others. That there's a communal, there's a kind of community that you're concerned with. You're not. Is that?
Yes, because she gives workshops.
This is the way.
That's an interesting distinction which we can think about, because I think it's quite. I think it's very complex because of, I feel like people like Marina Abramovich, as much as important her work is, I don't think she gives theatre credit for what it can do. And she's famous for saying that theatre is all lies, it's all false, it's illusions, whereas performance is real, it's the body is present, that's it. But I think there are lots of theatre makers, I know some I know in the UK who really feel like theatre actually can be a place where it is real, and the body is just as present as it is.
The difference if you play someone else's composition or if you say you think of music, like playing someone else's music or playing your own
Interpretation.
See,
But I think what also, sorry.
sorry, because I'm not really this yet it's field where so performing on the things they have that just to see my experience. So performing would be more like like improvising using your vocal.
But do you ever use text? Or do you ever use source
Yeah,
material?
use. But I prefer my texts, right? Own texts.
Yes.
But also, like Marina Abramovic, she did a lot of performance that she was the object of performance. But then if you go now for her recent show, it's rocks and stuff that the public are the objects of performance.
Yeah.
So it's not more like she's showing herself changing, but she's giving the space for the people to change or feel it. And sometimes Carina's work had this because she gives workshops and stuff that she's not a performer, but she's giving people the opportunity for them to perform about themselves in touch with the objects that she works. So it's another step.
Do you know Alicia Clark?
Yes, Alicia Clark is an artist from Brazil.
Vocês conhecem?
She
Sonoro.
at this play I did that I told you that people touch things. Alicia Clark was a big reference for me because she does works, artistic work that is like therapeutic.
The final life, she was saying that she was not an artist, but
Therapist.
Yeah.
it was like sentence in action to people do not just watch.
Yeah. So there's a transformative aspect. There's a change that you want to see. Or
Yes, like you can in music, you can play someone's music, or you can play your own music, or you can give instruments to the audience for everybody to play with you. So kind of that.
It's pretty. I really like the way that this is starting to open up just general conversation. And yeah, really cool. And Lucas,
I've never been like here. So the part was very cool. They were like, oh, why don't you play a music in the party? It's okay. I go to the house, get my instrument, plug into the party, play my music. Was very good. People dancing. My own composition was the best. After that, I've never played as a musician in a party. So I would play in my house, mostly recording. But I think that I can capaz, capable of interpreting,
interpreting.
interpreting personas, ambientes. Once in time I was playing a game, The King and the Buffon. Buffon,
The Fool.
The King and the Fool. It's a game to exercising, right? Personas. Once in time I played that, so I was so, what is this cool?
How does that work? What sort of game is it?
The king was to the fool. Make him laugh. So the fool has to do something to make the king laugh. So 2 weeks later, we changed the person. So
Swap roles.
was the king and the other person was the fool. That was the That's funny. So I'm here to learn if you can do this type of acting. So go.
So is that the sort of work you make now, what's this?
Yeah, now I like to compose music and do graphic arts. Graphic arts.
Oh, graphic art, sorry.
Yeah, video art.
Okay, yeah. So your medium is quite digital.
Yeah, multimedia, recording, remixing, cutting.
You say
Yeah, I play cordas, violão, guitarra, guitar,
And electric.
electric guitar.
And are you able to bring these in this week?
Yeah.
And you've got them today?
No.
Yeah. So what sort of, do you work with specific themes, subjects, or is it quite?
I'm not really focused people. I keep my mind open, so when I got something that's very interesting, I can focus in it. Do something on this. And so you said about Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I don't know the play, but I can get into it, do something, musician.
Yeah, that's why I wrote it. I thought it'd be, I mean, it's all about, that scene in particular is all about making an entrance and discovering bewildering new place and new people. So, yeah, looking forward to getting into that. Is it Rodrigo or Ferdinand?
It's not Ferdinand, it's Fernandez.
Ferdinand because of the Tempest.
Yeah, it's a Fernandez.
Sometimes God is
It's a hard, so it's a hard.
you can call it Ferdinand from now on. You can call it Ferdinand.
Well, since I identified, oh, it's me Fernandez. Yeah, that's okay. Call me. Well, I was just thinking about what my first time as a piece of art, but it's kind of difficult, you know, say, oh, this is a piece of art.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be something which you would call a piece of art.
Yeah, but I remember these two stories, it happens at the same time. You know, the first of all, I was 8 years old, and wrote a poem. It's a poem which I just given with the words house and wedding, which in Portuguese means casa, both. You know, the house is casa. And, who is waiting? Quem vai casar? Quem casa? You know, it's the same word for different things. And just kidding around with that word. And I don't even remember the poem by itself. I remember some kind of verse, you know, it's quem casa, não casa, quem casa, sua casa, quem casa, vai casa. You know, it's something like that. And I was 8 years old. And I showed my father. She was pretty proud.
And today you have a house in your
I know it. Sometimes me and my brother, she was younger, less than 2 years back, and we used to play a lot with toys, and we created a lot of toys. And there's some kind of toys who is kind of, this is the character, I control some kind of characters, my brother controls the other one, and we play, it's a city, and I can't remember the name of the city, but they have one, and we make a lot of different histories. Each night we play a different history, or all stuff here we got to sleep, and we start on the other day with the same point we had started, and we studied my principal character was a duck. It's a rubber duck, called it pop quack or quack duck, which is very rich, and it's alcoholic. Yeah, I was just 7 years old. I don't know. Oh, I got some Freud and but that's it. And since then, I had bands while I was a teenager and on wrote some kind of things and moved a lot. And nowadays, I'm just thinking, I'm still doing the same thing, you know. I'm just killing with elements that I gather and make my own histories, or maybe a musical history, like some composition, or is it, or sculpture, the workshop. And with my daughter, I usually play. It's a game. It's kind of game we do, which to play histories. Sometimes, you know, absurd histories for each one. You know, we start to put some elements, an element that goes something crazy. You know, and I'm still doing to today since I was 7, 8 years old. I'm just gathering elements from the outside and putting them together in a piece. You know, and you talk about language and misunderstanding. And I remember I made a work with statistical software, that way, and start to make poems with randomness, combination of letters. So it means nothing.
Like aleatoric.
Yeah, it means nothing. You really can't read it. But when you put on another software, like Google Translator, the software itself identifies a language and read it for you.
Yeah.
So it's like Assassination of Marty from Edgar Allan Poe,
Yeah.
which the criminal was a gorilla. And the person, oh, I guess she's a Dutch, because the person itself doesn't know how Dutch language is. Oh, it's Dutch. And the one who doesn't speak German thinks, oh, it's a German. But in fact, it was a gorilla. He doesn't say any human language. And I was just playing with that kind of thing, you know. And I thought the sound people hear. And oh yeah, I didn't find a word. Yeah, it's it. And it's not. That was just a absurd history that made us some different elements.
Sort of playing with that, I guess we're in the habit of trying to recognize something.
Yeah.
So it's either there's a language to it. So sometimes when I hear Portuguese on the street here, for a moment I think they're speaking English because I'll hear what the English words contained in that. And it's also that impulse to recognize faces and things. So like when you see a car, you see a face. And I suppose it's that impulse, that kind of drive towards mimesis, imitation, representation, which can be quite controlling. And it's I think as you're doing, you're sort of playing with that fine line between the sort of nonsense, the absurdity, the meaninglessness of things, and our drive to make meaning out of it.
Yeah, it's the meaning for the audience. You know, by
there's a kind of leaving a trap open.
yeah, I don't know the audience. Which is I'm doing, by the way. I think it's very funny. I like it. That's what I do since then.
Did you see there's a kind of an entertainment aspect to yours?
Yeah.
Which, and I don't say that in a negative way, I don't say like, so I feel like with Carina there's very much there's a transformative healing aspect. And with Lucas, I think you also seems like the first memory you gave us is about entertaining people and making other people happy and doing things. But because we also ultimately have an aspect of that there's different things that you can do with entertaining, even up to the tempest. I don't know what it would be in Portuguese, but so with the word entrance, to walk into a room, if you pronounce to mesmerize someone, to put them in a trance.
Yeah, trance.
Yeah. Which I, you know, the two words are completely different, but you put the stress in a different way. Is that, what is it?
It's
And to enter is enter. So it's, yeah. So it's only in English where that works. Yeah. But there's a sort of, yeah, a lot of similarities to things I'm interested in with at the moment with Agua Viva by Clarice Inspector, which I'd like to look at tomorrow or the day after, where I'm very much thinking about this process of, I guess, trying to learn a language through another text, but also deliberately misreading and imposing another language onto it and letting the other language respond to it. So that's fascinating. Leonardo.
Listening to your histories, I remember a lot of my histories. I remember I was always as a child, like inventing things, and I was like coordinating the play. Like, I had ideas and all the neighbors like it, and we do this thing. So, and I used to shot videos too. I like to make stop motion with video calls, and I even once made like a documentary about my family. And now it's quite precious, this documentary, because my grandmother is not living in that place anymore. I used to grow grapes and other stuff that really doesn't live anymore because of this monoculture we have here. So then when I was done my first performance, I think was in the school. I never liked the school and my colleagues because I was the strange one. And so every break in school, I used to run to escape because I didn't feel good there. And my father used to have an office really near the school, so I escaped over there. And the secretary started, my father's secretary, give me paper and things to do, and I stay there doing these things under her table. Because I really like to do this stuff. My father never, once he discovered and take me like it was a kind of performance.
Yeah. But solo performance for yourself. Solo performance for yourself in this refuge.
And there's
To run away from the school and escape from the father, it's all performance.
very understanding.
Yeah.
Very nice woman.
So it's kind of a flight and escape. That sort of escape.
Yeah, it was because you don't feel comfortable, but I really like my act because I think it's what we must do when we are not comfortable. We have to escape or something bad. Not escape, but try So then I moved from there, and I was very sad. I cried a lot because all my friends were there. So we moved, and in this other city it was it's a small city too, but a little
A little bigger.
a little bigger. I used to study in the nuns school, and I don't like it, and I used to escape too, but it was I escaped to a house of an old friend. We used to listen to violin, and I was very impressed.
Viola.
No,
Vinyl.
vinyl.
Yeah.
Not players.
I really like the sensation of running and then listening to music and smoke.
Some kind of convenience, you know, the master of escape. You are some kind of convenience, you know, the master of escapes.
Yeah.
Escape from every time.
And even sometimes I escape to because I like this moment of break, you know, because I have no friends and it's not comfortable. And I always escape even in the physics class, exercise.
Oh, yeah. Physical education.
Physical education, yeah. And I escape even to other places in the school I like to explore a lot. Because we have the new room, you know.
So now you are escaping.
Escaper.
And then we see we can to be small, have this sensation that
Claustrophobic.
yeah. So I started to do theater classes in another city. And I don't like much the theater classes because I was very shy and everything. But I really like this part of taking a bus, and I was I think I was 12 years old. And I go with another friend. She used to do music classes. And then I went state classes, but I like this yeah, like being in the city and home. So and then I remember a play we made that was the monkey and the old lady, the macaco velho. That's about a monkey that stole banana. So we present this play, and like the monkey was the protagonist, yeah. And I remember I was the banana tree. There was a lot of banana
An
trees.
important foundational role. Important role.
It was a kind of play. And I had to dance, carrying bananas, you know. That was funny because we traveled to other cities here in Rio Grande do Sul to dance. And then I didn't like this part of presenting, but I always liked this like preparation. Yeah, being with the group in another place. I remember once we went to the beach. Very fun. And in the theater, you know, the people are a lot like me.
So then, your work now then, how is that continuing to sort of things that you're describing? How does that play a role in the work that you make today?
Yeah, I think it's related because of these different like jobs. You know, I remember as a child I lived in a house and we had a big kind of park yard, from that artist. And like this, and I think I see a lot of even young artists trying to discover their own formula.
By formula, do you mean the way of making things?
Yeah.
Or,
But it's a specific material.
yeah. So you prefer working with different things all the time and in different mediums?
Yeah.
So what about sort of subjects, or the contents, or the kinds of materials that you work with? What are they?
The material I use.
Well, no, I mean, like you give us an example of one of your projects.
Recent project.
Yeah.
Now I'm working, recording pictures from people that are from old people that you know they will die soon. And that was because I was studying a bit about this thing of a white room with speakers. I think this can be very interesting. In fact, in this work I'm developing now, I'm thinking about a lot of things of artistic, but I think it's going to be like a room with speakers and these
The voices of the people.
yeah, because in different positions, you know, so you have the sensation of being in a circle group and listening to the voice. And I think everything can be very interesting in art. You, as an artist, you cannot like say this. That I think painting is not interesting for me. If you are an artist, you must be open to
All of the forms,
that. And more recently, I never worked with performance, but last year I've done a work that was a performance work, but I didn't perform.
Yes.
It's complex to explain. I will try. That was a solo exhibition in a museum here. I'm supposed to, and I was going a lot in this museum and watching what's happening there. And I saw that, and this museum is in it's downtown, near the public market. There's a transit of people, traffic, different people, you know. And I saw that people that entered the museum was like they stereotype, like typical, art students, they were similar. And like, I don't know how to say, but common people, workers that passed in this path, didn't enter the museum. So my idea was to make an outdoor installation, trying to talk with those people, to make them stop, and this outdoor installation was an old handmade motorhome. Yeah, that was a place that we used to work with artists collectively. And in that time, last year, I was feeling that was like the end of this work. So my idea was to make like I use plants and nature to make ruin place. Yeah. The idea was to make like a moving garden, but with all these plants moving, you cannot move this motor insects and other things in this square and in the river. And if you and people can enter this old motorhome and can listen to this sound and have like a contact with nature. And that was very interesting because people do stop like the people stop the usually as they are selling plants. It's so interesting in this place. I started to do a performance. A friend of mine played. And she was there like we closed all the windows and this, and we made this work I made in collaboration with her together. And we make a lot of hope, so people will have the vision of her inside the motorhome, and she was naked and carrying that, I don't know how to say it, fire.
This piece was inspired by it.
Inspired by it, and our idea was just to perform this piece, kind of.
So like a reenactment.
Reacting and with real person. And that was very crazy because there was a lot of things. In fact, it was always, everything was there. This installation with the motorhome and this project. And when we noticed, we already had everything there. You know, we just need a body and fire. And so we made this. And it was very interesting because people stopped and children too, and they were questioning about if it was a doll or if it was real or not. And someone she's Greek, you know, she's
So a lot of people questioning what they're seeing.
yeah, and talking to each other, you know, and I really like this. I don't know, I think we don't need to have a circle. We always working with the uncircle. And so if the work ends with a lot of questions, that's
It's a good first step.
yeah.
And we'll also move on as well.
Yeah.
Cool. So finally, Luciana, let me just. Okay. So I think after you speak, we'll have a sort of break, but during the break, I'd like you to work on some things on your own, and then we'll reconvene. But,
Okay.
yes.
I can't speak too long, not that long. We miss the, if I have to think of the first performance, the only thing I can think of is when I played the first time live. It wasn't a kid, I was 16 probably. And I played guitar in a band, and I started playing with them, and really soon we played a gig. And I wasn't that young, I was terrified. I wasn't scared, so I was terrified. I couldn't, like, I remember one of the songs I had to play, and I practiced it like, you know, for hours. But because it was the introduction of the song, I had to play by myself.
Alone.
And I had to open, yeah, it was like it was just a really singular arpeggio, but it for me was like the idea of playing just me by myself, like these 10 seconds. So, and we played, I would say, I don't know, 15 songs, and that was the one before the last one, so I had to suffer for an hour until it finally
Happen
to
and
that.
pass.
Yeah, it was like a realignment. I remember it like, well, so anyway, when I started playing, I remember I went blank. I stopped seeing, I couldn't see the strings. My hand was shaking so bad, and I still have a recording, and if I listen back to it now, I still remember, my memory is really bad, but I still remember that those 5 seconds. And me trying to play that thing, which sounded horrible, but it's only me and
But you survived.
So this is still happening until today, because I really have an issue with the performing aspects of music, or in general. Say this is something that I'm not comfortable with. I don't really like much talking in front of, like, one person is okay, 2 is okay, and 3 is a lot. Like, for me, it's not, I don't really, but I guess you get used to it because you grow older and you have to speak with, I teach now and I have to speak with people, like more than 3. But it's not really my thing. I don't really like this kind of thing. If I am playing, and if I could play live and put like some sort of
Screen.
yes, black screen like
In front of
in
you?
front of me. Well,
For
it's
people
not-
just
it's
to
not
listen.
really- it's not something, because that would really divide myself and the audience, or that wouldn't be really. But yeah, it's not something, I don't like to be seen. This is something that we spoke about in the David workshop. I don't really remember why, but we were anyway. So this, the performance things is something I'm not really comfortable with.
So do you feel like, because you primarily you work with improvisation in your music, so do do you feel like using improvisation is one way of coping with that aspect of performance, or?
No, you really didn't. I mean, I don't think of the two things or differences as similar stuff. I mean, for me, it's because I see where you.
Well,
I think I see where you want to go. I mean, or where you are wondering. Because when you play improvise, I mean, I play traditional guitar and I study and I play bass and rock and like the traditional sort of guitar. When I started playing improvise, when I moved to London, I started playing improvise music, like making mainly noises with the guitar as a medium to make noises. No, it wasn't. So I stopped tuning the guitar and I stopped using it in a conventional way. I completely forgot chords, scales and stuff, and I didn't want to play anything. I knew. So I started playing like with tools and like screwdrivers, drills, and sort of different kind of things. But my own thing. So it's something. No, you were saying when you try to find your own voice, the thing that you want to say and stop. You know, the typical thing is that you start copying others. No, I really like John Scott, they want to take someone and then you want to and playing my own things. I didn't feel like this naked feeling, the way you may feel if you are speaking in front of people. Not because it's through the instruments, and there it's like I am a lot more comfortable than with speaking, so through the instruments. Although, yes, it means a lot more perhaps, because you are not playing someone else's stuff. It's your stuff, it's not whatever it is when it's coming.
Because a lot of musicians find the idea of improvisation terrifying.
Yeah. But it's really, it's a funny thing because I started playing improvise and like pure noises and stuff. Say, when I was at uni back in 2007. So then for the last 3 years I started tuning my guitar again, so playing the chords again. What's that?
The standard.
Yeah. Sometimes I just drop the sixth or the fifth one. Normally, yes, the 448. I always thought about freedom. I was talking to you about manifesting. I thought about freedom. How free is the free improvisable was my interest. So I wrote for that. But when I started playing free music, I wasn't really. I really didn't think much about it. I just started playing free because I started hanging out with people who didn't really play an instrument in a conventional way. I just started playing it. But now, now that I really started thinking a lot more, like on the philosophy, if you like, or then yes, in a way you become more like self-conscious. Self-conscious
Depends what you
no, self-confidence is not.
self-conscious.
Yeah.
Aware of other people's awareness.
Yeah. And well, anyway, perhaps me feel good.
É autoconsciente ou confiante?
No.
Confident e confiante.
Because I started thinking self-conscious, like.
It's a process. When you're self-conscious, you start beginning
Self-confident.
No, it's related, but some people are too confident and not self-conscious. I know a lot of people that way.
or sometimes.
That would be a way to become self-confident, to be self-conscious.
Yes,
To be,
it's a way.
to be aware of yourself, yeah, I think.
Or the opposite.
And the opposite.
Which is probably more my.
You mean not aware of?
The psychological aspects
Yeah.
of improvisation is something that really interests me. This kind of discussion, this kind of things. The more I started thinking about what improvised music meant, the more I became less free.
Yeah.
Something like that. So yes, one of the things I read and I wrote about when I capitalized my thing for you was the limits of the instrument, how this is something that can really limit the way the things that you can express. It's not the same thing to play guitar or saxophone, so you can generate states and sounds with blah, blah, blah. So something that, yeah, I became more interested in doing stuff with other people, like other disciplines, as a way perhaps to extend the possibilities to something. And I did a few stuff with painters or no, with other pieces. Yeah, I did like some stuff I was talking to yesterday. Like for example, I worked with a painter once, and so I would push contact microphones underneath her table. She was painting on a glass table, so I would put contact mics, which went straight to my loop station, so I would be able to amplify and loop her the brush or the movements she was making as she was painting, which at the same time were connected to what I was playing. So in a way it was like a nice
Sculpture.
yeah, and then it was because yeah. And then the result was the painting and the audio track. So that was and then you could see it was somehow related. And I'm saying also this because in a way I feel like sometimes like very enclosed in my thing. It's like, for example, you are talking about you wanting to be a film director and dancing and this and that and that. Sometimes I think like I'm always like doing the same thing, you know, like the guitar, yeah, maybe the guitar noise, the guitar free, the guitar blah blah blah, but it's always the guitar at the end of the day. So I'm interested in trying to do something like more. And yes, that's with other forms.
Yeah. But it's good to.
And at the same time, I'm a bit patient.
But there's your self-awareness there. You're aware of it.
Yeah.
And that's good. I think it'd be good to have a sort of break, but throughout, have you all got notebooks or things to write with? Because I have some paper and pens here, but in case you need it. But and yeah, I'd like you to sort of to write a list as long and as short as you want of questions of your own, and these can be questions which you don't have answers to, or that you do have answers to, which you'd like to firstly sort of ask yourself about your own work and practice, but also that you could ask someone else in this room. And then once we've got that, and we'll return after we've had a refill of coffee and some toilet and some cigarette and all that, I'll get you into pairs, because we have a perfect number for putting people into pairs. And you'll do a kind of quick sort of interview with each other, and then we'll feed back to everyone else, and you will report on the person that you interviewed, if that makes sense. I'll explain it again when we get to that. Yeah, so does that make sense? So, and by questions, I mean they can be the most rudimentary things like, what materials do you use, what sort of ideas do you look at, but all more sort of abstract, unanswerable questions. So, yeah, I've got some paper here, and I guess it would be quite good to bring, so when you come along the next few days, bringing as much sort of...
We'll break down the temperature. Yeah, it will start raining today. There's 80%.
I didn't bring my umbrella. So I've got paper here.
80% chance of rain.
We're going to use it all up now because later on in the day we're going to need it to draw maps and things. So yeah, but take that and it's quite.
Oh, it's marvelous. That's fantastic.
We got some bell tips.
Sometimes it didn't write, but.
Wow.
This is thanks to Francine. So yeah, so
we got a little break, and so.
Yeah, you did so good.
yeah.
I need coffee and cigarette.
Good. So we'll take 15, 20 minutes. And
What time is it now?
well, it's 25 to 5. So, thanks. Really good responses. Really, good to get talking. And then after we've done this, we'll be doing purely physical, moving things. So that's more heavy body. Well, you can sit still if you like, and that's the way you do it. That's fine. That's it.
Mi contorna. Ai, vamos tomar esse café. A gente tinha que cada um trazer um boneco daqueles. Ou aquele elefante depois nessa hora a gente bota aqui e eles ficam falando. Que elefante? Não, é do Matheus. Que lindo aquele elefante. É. Olha, eu acho que tem um lindo. Ai, que chapéu bonito, Ju. Fica ótimo com ele. É isso, quando a gente não estiver aí, vai arrumar o João Pedro. É, João! A gente tem que ficar aqui, o João no meio, assim, tipo, tocando um instrumento, ou batendo um sininho. Você sabe, amigo? Que legal! O quê? Ele sabe tocar violão? Eu toco dele. Você está tocando violão? Gente, tem um pedaço da palmeira. Mas aí você não tem, não? Uau, delícia! Praticamente.
Mais um pouquinho, tá bom, Saulo? Deixa eu ver.
Writing some questions.
Oh,
Yeah, you can
paper.
use that instead because it's quite nice and small.
Beautiful paper.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the
Like that.
Essa é pra fazer as perguntas?
Yeah, you can use this as well. Maybe you might want to.
Ah, eu gostei.
Na segunda-feira,
Y todo es lejos.
So you might want to use these might be quite good to use to write some questions.
We should write which language?
Whichever
We felt
you want,
comfortable.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because if you want to practice English, then this is a good opportunity. But if you find yourself you can only express something in Portuguese, then you might as well, and then you can teach me what that means. I mean, just giving an example of the kind of things I was asking myself. Questions like, does my work speak about my environment? To what extent do I want my work to reflect myself or the world? Are they inseparable? Is your work perfect? What is the role of accident in your work? These are just questions I was sort of thinking of, and just to give you an idea of some examples. But
Is the idea to write questions about your work?
yeah, that you could ask yourself, but also someone else. So there'll be different answers of it, ideally. Or if they were the same answers, that might be interesting. So yeah, we'll have it's my phone. Oh, so maybe we'll have 5 minutes and then in pairs. Yeah. going to put people in pairs for today, and then as we go on, start to be a bit more free to work with. So the exercise, another 15 minutes, and it will be a sort of interview between you, so you take turns to ask questions. So you probably, I mean, if you've written like 10 questions, you won't have time to do that. So if you limit it to, at the most, 3 questions. And then after you've done this, I think maybe you can ignore the instructions that I've prepared. I think it's best if each one just recounts from memory what the other person answered. So, because I think the way I phrased it here was very specific and makes things a bit complex. So I thought for this one, actually I'll do it Luciana, Sissi, Carina, Leonardo, Lucas and Fernandez. So yeah, 5:30, tell you guys to stop. Yeah.
So se entrevistei.
Come together.
Quem começa?
Não, esse aqui não vai estar primeiro.
Na verdade, eu fiz perguntas para mim. Coisas que eu me pergunto o tempo inteiro. Eu gostaria de saber a opinião dos outros.
Na verdade, eu gostaria de saber como é que essa pergunta aqui em inglês, mas depois é a última pergunta.
O que você sente quando você termina alguma peça?
Tá, tem uma pergunta minha também. Eu já te faço, daqui a pouco eu faço. O que eu sinto quando eu termino alguma obra? Eu sinto que ela nunca está acabada. É o que eu geralmente sinto. Tipo, claro, quando eu estou num show, eu estou no palco, fazendo um show, ela acaba na hora que ela acaba. Né? Então, okay, acabou aqui. Tá, ok. Aí eu não fico com essa sensação de, não foi acabado. Acho que as únicas sensações que eu tenho que está, ok, está acabado. Mas mesmo quando eu escrevo texto, ele nunca está acabado. Porque conforme eu vou mudando, eu vou reescrevendo aquilo. Né? A própria interpretação de alguma música que eu estou tocando muda. Muitas vezes. Então, a sensação que eu tenho é que não está acabada. Ela está ali, ok, está disponível para os outros poderem ver, mas para mim nunca está acabada. Quer que eu te repita a pergunta? Eu faço a minha?
Não.
Quando tu acha que o trabalho está terminado? Né?
Pois é. Eu acho que o trabalho está terminado para mim quando eu acho que ele tem pernas próprias. Algo no sentido de que ele não depende mais de mim.
Isso é uma boa maneira de pensar, de fato, né?
Como se tivesse uma completude nele próprio.
Depende do artista.
Eu não preciso mais pegar para a pessoa, pegar, olha, isso aqui é isso. Ela meio que já pode olhar, contemplar, seja uma imagem, seja um som, tirar seu próprio caminho dali, sua conclusão, interpretação, vai caminha sem eu, assim. Mas antes de terminar, eu sinto que eu sou uma perna dele ainda, que eu preciso apertar mais um botão, botar mais algumas notas, ou fazer mais alguma camada, ou botar, sabe, recontextualizar. Mas eu sinto que ele vai aos poucos se afastando de mim, porque é ele.
Pensa assim, por exemplo, uma fábula ou uma narrativa clássica, né? Que ela sempre muda o significado ao longo do tempo. E não tem mais um autor para justificar. Então, elas não estariam mais prontas ou estariam?
Elas estariam prontas.
Outros podem,
outros pegam ela e levam, mas o autor original já deixou de...
O criador daquilo já deixou de fazer.
Você cria uma criança até ela ficar adulta, depois de adulta, pela ordem natural da vida, ela deve seguir o próprio ciclo dela. nessa linha.
É uma boa
Nessa linha.
maneira de pensar. Vai lá.
Nessa linha, tá. Essa daqui é interessante. É pra você, é mais fácil trabalhar sozinho ou com mais alguém?
As experiências que eu tive de trabalho em grupo sempre foram muito desgastantes. Então, por isso que eu sempre preferi trabalhar sozinho, porque eu não consegui trabalhar, tirando agora o workshop, que foi um trabalho em grupo, ainda assim, que eu não me senti plenamente. Isso é um grupo. Ele se coordena. Claro, que questão do tempo.
Sim.
Né? Foram 3 dias. Porque a minha ideia de trabalho em grupo é o grupo ele age como um organismo. Então, ele tem as diferenças internas, mas acaba, né, então, eu nunca consegui ter essa experiência com grupos. De fato, eu tive muito problema de trabalhar em grupos. Você chegou a falar, tem vezes que eu estava, os caras não tiravam os arranjos, ou não estavam nem aí, não queriam ensaiar, sabe? Eu tinha que fazer tudo sozinho, Então, as minhas experiências em grupo sempre foram muito ruins. Porque, claro, sempre trabalhei com bandas para o exercício da escrita sempre foi muito solitário. Né? E da própria criação sonora acabou sendo solitário. Né? Justamente por isso.
Sim.
Conseguia.
Eu entendo essa complicada. Desculpe, isso aqui também foi muito rápido para poder dizer que realmente.
A gente foi mais perto do que eu consegui fazer com o grupo. Vamos lá, a primeira pergunta que eu fiz. Essa pergunta o que é arte?
O que é arte? Eu acho que arte é uma forma de linguagem que o homem usa para expressar aquilo que ele sente internamente. E aí, internamente, o homem pode ter várias e várias camadas e fantasias, coisas positivas, coisas negativas. Ele usa a arte como um canal de colocar para fora e apresentar um pouco para as outras pessoas aquilo que está dentro dele. Muitas vezes ele não escolhe fazer arte, a arte escolhe ele, de forma que ele é meio que obrigado a colocar aquilo para fora, senão ele vai explodir, vai implodir, dependendo do caso. Então, a arte para mim ela não necessariamente tem forma, a arte não é ferramenta, a arte pode ser um processo, mas é uma construção mais recente, e a arte enquanto processo, sim, muito recente.
Eu concordo com isso.
A arte sempre foi o resultado final, aquela posição, né, que entra no ritual indígena, que alguém criou, algum xamã criou há milênios atrás, e acabou incorporando, virando no dia a dia. Ela deixou de ser arte porque ela entrou na rotina diária da sociedade, né? Continua sendo. Sim. A cadeira, você vai lançar a cadeira que músicas.
Que tem aquelas discussões, tem utilidade na arte, eu não sei. Sabe? O Oscar Wilde, não, a arte tem que ser inútil, representar o personagem.
Tem muito aquela concepção da arte de função social, né? A arte tem que ter função social, a arte tem que eles falam, né? A arte tem que estar observando o mundo, o mundo de um artista vive, será? Não necessariamente. Só que a arte tem limites, né? Talvez tenha, quer dizer, é muito amplo e eu sim,
tem uma resposta.
O interior do homem ele é infinito, né? Você tem possibilidade de construções internas, pessoas diferentes e tal. Você vai ver a possibilidade de tipo de arte muito diferente.
De fato, não tem uma resposta, né? Eu sempre que eu falei, eu estou pensando nisso que eu sempre me pergunto.
Sim.
Eu sempre me pergunto. Passar por isso, bom. Mas é complicado, mas eu esperava uma resposta, na verdade. Depois do exercício de pensamento lateral. Acho que agora eu
você, na criação, você escolhe a ferramenta ou a ferramenta que escolhe você? No sentido de que, no sentido de escolher quando você pensa algo, você já pensa algo já pensando como você vai criá-lo, ou você pensa em algo puro, abstrato, e depois você vê que ferramenta que você vai usar para criar?
Tem todos os casos. Depende muito do processo. Quando eu estou ao piano, eu estou querendo fazer uma composição para a voz do piano, eu vou usar a voz do piano. Então eu sei que trilha no meio. Eu tenho que ter uma maneira de fazer a voz funcionar junto com o piano e eu tenho que usar aquelas notas que estão ali. Né? Ou se eu for usar algum efeito ao piano, também tem que ter uma coisa. Então ele ok, eu escolho o meio para fazer isso. Eu não quero fazer uma canção, por exemplo. Agora, por exemplo, eu quero. Tem uma coisa que eu gosto muito que é justamente questionar, né? Questionar para mim, assim, o que é tal coisa, né? Por exemplo, por que tal instrumento se usa assim? Se eu subverter a ordem do instrumento. Então aí eu dependo muito. O instrumento vai me levar para aquele trabalho final, que não é final, na minha opinião. Né? Tipo, tanto que quando eu lancei o primeiro disco lá que eu fiz de música mais experimental, eu mandei pro cara, porque eu mandei o trabalho pro cara fez. O cara não conseguiu fazer, não tá pronto. Não tá, não. Né? Porque de fato, esse trabalho foi muito mais feito assim. Eu vou testar coisas, então dependia das coisas. Né? A própria tive
Qual o limite de tal instrumento?
Exato, né? Umas faixas que eu gravei com berimbau e harpa de violino. E eu tinha uma ideia de como ia ser o som. Entende? Sabia que se eu fosse segurando desde cada altura da corda, ia mudar a nota e mas aquilo me deu outra resposta que eu não imaginava. Eu imaginava uma coisa era outra coisa. Então, de fato, no sentido mais experimental, o meio é muito mais importante do resultado final. Eu tenho uma vaga ideia de o que vai sair, mas o meio que determina. É uma coisa meio também bem primeira, por isso que eu digo música primeiro, assim, imaginar. Os primeiros seres vão fazer música. Eles vão fazer música porque eles têm. Ele não vai pensar, mas você tem que fazer um solo de guitarra. Puta, não inventaram a guitarra ainda. Sabe? Não, ele vai criar alguma maneira, exatamente o que você falou, para expressar aquilo dele. E eu tentei fazer um exercício mais assim, experimentar coisas. Né? Tipo, experimentar o recurso que eu tenho ali disponível, né? Para ver se vai dar. Tem isso que a gente fala também, às vezes já tem em mente como vai ser e vai ser o que eu vou usar. Aí isso é o mais convencional, mais tranquilo de trabalhar assim. Mas em geral tem todos esses processos envolvidos. Depende da proposta. Sim, e às vezes mesmo no experimental também, tipo, eu preciso fazer isso. Vou lá e escolho o meio que eu quero. Acho que tem tempo para mais uma. O que a gente está falando disso, né? O que é média? A mídia para ti, né? Que é o material, o instrumento, né? Que transmite. Pois é. Para mim, o que transmite.
2 minutes left.
Wow!
So if you want to start running,
Lá é um processo.
if you need to, yeah.
Levar uma voz a um tipo de mídia,
We'll work with our limitations.
ou até uma narração se levar isso aqui com o passar do tempo, isso vai evoluindo, novos tipos de mídia vão surgindo, mas os tipos primeiros de mídia, é como se nada nunca substituísse por completos, vão sempre existir resquícios. Tipo, gritar no tambor, né? É um tipo de mídia, ele leva o tipo da mão para audiência maior.
Claro, fica, né?
Fica, embora você
A mão seria a mídia,
então, assim, e tem muita coisa que falar, mas a mídia, ela modifica o que está sendo transmitido, ela coloca sentido, ela limita. Sim, a mídia limita o processo de comunicação.
Ela acaba se tornando também produto.
Então ela encapsula, ela coloca tudo na roupagem e leva aquilo adiante. Então, a criação de mídia, essas mídias que veio, a vem sempre tentando expandir isso, tirar a limitação. Já existia gravação ao vivo, que isso, tinha gravação ao vivo. Depois veio a reprodução ao vivo, né? Depois veio as gravações em vinil, aí veio o audiovisual, você colocava vídeo e agora você tem o 3D, quer dizer, eles estão sempre tentando colocar mais dimensões no processo produtivo. Aí depende da sua escolha, se você quer algo somente áudio, você vai pegar uma mídia que trabalhe com áudio. Se você quer expandir para o audiovisual, você vai tentar fazer uma coisa mais atuais, que vão levar imagem, som, forma. Tem gente já pesquisando cheiros e coisas como processo.
Tem umas sculptures que usaram bastante coisa do aroma, aquela das pessoas sentadas no carpete, né, que estavam cantando, elas tinham um incenso de artemisa, tinha um talco ali. Achei legal aquilo. E sabe, eu já penso que na verdade a mídia também é o próprio ambiente que ele está. Tipo assim, às vezes eu coloquei um banco, ele tem uma pele. Se está úmido o dia, eu preciso de tocar porque eu não consigo afinar nunca. Entende? Assim, alguns instrumentos também que dependem mais de afinação, de timbre. Se está muito seco, se está muito úmido, tá dentro de mão. Até por isso que eu escolhi o teclado, porque ele não tem esse problema. Sabe? Vai lá, está ali, liga na luz e é isso. Acabou. Mas esses instrumentos mais orgânicos, eles têm isso. Mas eu acho que...
So make sure this is the last question now, and we'll give another minute.
E até, eu não sei se tu conhece ali no Maranhão, tem um tambor de crioula. Eu tive no Maranhão uma vez, estava vendo a apresentação dos caras, estava vendo a preparação deles. E os caras afinavam o tambor com fogo. E já,
os caras fazem fogueira para poder afinar.
Eu vi os caras tacando um fogo ali com os papéis e tal, tomando cachaça na volta do fogo. E batendo aquele tambor ali para afinar. O fogo é mídia. É a mídia dele, ele e ao mesmo tempo que ele é mídia, ele também é recurso. É meio isso, assim, porque a coisa, como eu cresci numa família bem tradicional em termos de arte, né? Meu pai é músico profissional. Então a coisa do pensar o que pode ser um instrumento, pensar o que é uma peça de teatro é uma coisa, é um exercício assim de me desvencilhar de tudo aquilo que eu aprendi na infância. O que é isso, o que é um texto, o que não é. Então eu me pergunto o que é o mídia. Em inglês até tem um sentido mais amplo pra gente, né, do que em português falando.
Sim.
Utiliza a própria linguagem, né? Também por causa disso. Eu sempre, quando eu vou escrever uma letra, eu prefiro escrever em português, né? Eu sempre fico pensando, se eu pudesse traduzir isso aqui, não ia dar a mesma coisa. Foi um prazer.
Okay, I think we should wrap up now.
Short time.
I know, yeah. I probably should have given 5-minute warnings, but
5 hours.
well, that's good. We've got time, so we can continue this. And, cool. Yes. Maybe we should bring them in. So yeah, maybe we'll start Carina and Leonardo and just wait for Luciana.
Eu pergunto, take a question from Leonardo.
No, she
No, we got to-
answered.
present.
Yeah, so if
Just
you
present.
remember what
Resume
he
the
gave you, basically.
Okay.
And I had to say the questions? No.
Yeah, you can if you want to introduce it. Yeah.
So I asked Carina about the themes that her work is related with. It's related with nature, body, most body and nature. And I asked her to, I don't know if Carina, but I asked her to relate her work with color, and she said green. I already know the answer because she really works with nature. Yeah. And then to relate her work with a sound. And she said tambor.
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 The drum.
Drum. A drum.
Bang the drum.
And then another question was if she can do like any artwork without any limit of time, place, or money, what she will do. And she said a very interesting answer because she wants to build like a home by her own. And it will be like a bubble. She wants this place to be like an extension of her body, and she wants it to be kind of transparent, so people can see her living like they like. And it will be in a unstable place with like a desert.
Like in water?
Stable in a
Like
Water,
Stable.
river, and
Fixed.
stable.
Lugar móvel.
Não, um lugar instável.
Instável.
Instável,
É,
né?
instável.
It's
Rio,
it's a moving place like a river or
Something that moves constantly.
there's
moving.
Oh,
yeah,
you say
inconstant.
unstable. Okay, yeah. Because I thought you said
like
stable.
a volcano.
Okay, yeah.
Unstable.
Because
Unstable.
stable is where you
Yeah, yeah.
keep horses as
Okay.
well.
Unstable.
So I was thinking in a farm.
Unstable.
Yeah, em português é de fato pra gente pensar é o in, né? Em português
Or
Imagine this.
the in is the same as an.
Floating bubble,
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah.
Floating glass bubble.
Can I ask what the question was to that answer? The question was
The question about this
if
if she could do any artwork with no limits of like the work she really wants to do in her life.
Awesome. That's brilliant. Really nice, specific answer. So cool. Yeah,
The first question for Leonardo was, how is your body? And Leo said me that he himself curves, whole curves. Esguio, eu não sei como fala esguio. Thin.
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 Tall and thin is the word of skill.
And this is discomfort.
Deve ter uma palavra só que defina, mas
Uncomfortable with him. The second question was, you already heard your body for inside, which part? se ele já ouviu o corpo dele por dentro e qual parte. And then Leonardo says me he heard the stomach making songs. Making songs.
Well, maybe it's a song, you know,
Making songs.
the way you put it.
And to the heartbeat. And estalos.
Joints.
All parts of your
Yeah.
all the time the body okay, this and sound the body. Okay, the last question was, how is your respiration in this moment? And then Leonardo said me, the respiration of Leonardo is muito small.
So soft. So short.
So soft, almost.
You can hear
Inaudible.
all inaudible.
Leonardo?
Are you breathing? Are you alive? Awesome. So it's like a consultancy. So we should need to get some tea, acupuncture.
More conscious
That's really nice. I like that. The two completely different sets of questions, but I think they say a lot about both of you. Brilliant. So Lucas and Fernandez.
Well, I guess we made some kind of dialogue.
Great.
Because some questions, they had some overlap. And by myself, I made 8 questions that I usually to ask for myself, and I didn't expect any answer.
Yeah.
So, and he started with these kind
I
of
started
questions.
with,
And so,
what do you think when you finish art piece? I asked him.
When you finish.
what do you think when you finish?
He said that the art that he produces, when it's not a show, because show is a part of that when it's done, but when you compose at home or at other place, the piece is not completed at all. It's never completed at all. It's a sensation that he has.
He said when at a concert, well, the concert is finished, also is finished, but the other, I guess it never finished.
Yeah.
So what's that sensation?
And I asked you another question that it's more easy to work alone or in collective. And he said that he don't have some great collective work, but more talk about bands, making shows, where people are not compromised like him. So
Because I never had the sensation of work as a group. As something organic. No, for me the group was something organic. Because in the band, you always have, oh, we're gonna play the song. Oh, I didn't know the notes of the song. I can, it's something like this. So I always work alone, even if it was a group. So the workshop was the first time I think, oh, I start working as a group. But by the time, just 2 mornings, it's not a group thing, but it's a start. So we work as a group.
You can work collectively, but individually. And that's something I think we'll discuss and do the next few days and think about as well. I guess the big question is, how are we going to do this residency? Because, as you know, the last day, the 15th, it open to the public to show whatever we've got, and we don't know what that's going to be yet. And the question we want to think about and actually answer, because we have an end, is do we want to make group work? Do we want to make little group works? Or do we want to work on individuals? I imagine it will be a mixture of those. But yeah, but I think there's definitely, I get what you're saying about this, if you're in a band where you all have to be doing certain things, and that can be really great, but it can also cause lots of problems, and it can be dissatisfying for many reasons. But there are ways of working collectively when you're all entirely independent.
And also there's some kind of work when I'm writing a test, it's a very solitary thing, that I don't want to work as a group. But
And asking if he choose the tools to work or the tools choose him. He said that it's a mix of the depends on what he are doing in that moment. If he is a music, he already think about which instruments are going to express that melody or rhythm. But there are other type of work that the process is so valuable as the result. So the tools are part of the process and the construction, so the art piece. So it's a mix.
And so, as I say, we work as a dialogue. And first he asked me what I feel when a work is done. So I asked him, when your job is done? And he asked me a thing that I never thought about. It's when my work starts to being a work by itself. It don't depends on me. It can move. I didn't need to explain the others. Oh no, I mean that, or I mean this, or it's something like that, or something like this. And I asked him, well, which the fable, the fables, the tales, they always change their meaning. And it's something. It's almost live. It's an organic thing, It's always transforming along the time, and so very old. These fables we talk, but we guess it's a job done. It works by itself.
It's like a father that teaching his child to be adult. So when the child is adult, it's not more a child. The child has to make it your own way. It's the natural thing. So I think that a product of art or a piece like that, you teach or you make the art, and later when it's finished, you don't have to put more energy or talk about the art experience for itself.
It's a process of relinquishing it, you're giving it away.
Sharing.
Start independent. I thought about that way. And then while we're talking about when you work of art, and I ask, what is art?
You had enough time to
I guess it's a very impossible thing to do. I never expect any answer about it. We talk so much about it, and I almost forgot everything.
The art is something that you...
It's expression, but by
So the insight of the artist.
by the person and the
Yeah.
artist, he made it and had to put it out to not explode or implode in some cases. It's something you do for express positive or negative feelings you had, and you also talk, well, art maybe could be anything as a fork. It's some kind of piece of art. Maybe it's in a pragmatism way. It's for use. You have to use the fork, but it's a kind of piece of art. It's someone wishing to have a easy way to take the food. So, I made a fork. It's some kind of expression. And use or make the chair.
But it's design.
Yeah, there's a design, but design is not art. Why? For what reason?
Because the art materialized, ideas.
No.
And
it has no
design
answer.
is something that has to have a function.
It's what we talk about.
Like the chair needs to be comfortable.
Yeah.
But the art don't need to be comfortable.
Don't have
For me, that's something different.
no, and I agree with you, but I asked myself and talked with him as I was born in a very conservative family about art, and to think about it, it's a kind of exercise for me. But just why don't this thing is art? Just because it's design, or just because it's meaningless, or just because I don't know. As I say, I don't expect an answer. I expect every answer and no answer at the same time.
So that seems to be two different things that you're answering there. So there's firstly you're talking about the relationship between the artist and their art, which in your views has to do with the self and expression of the interiority. But then the second half of that discussion is to do with the receivers of the artwork, whether we perceive a function to it. Because you could argue that if art does serve as an expression of the inside, that is a function, because you're attending to a desire, you're attending to something which you said is inside that needs to come out, and then that can serve a function to someone receiving that who may be healed from it.
And the core of the thing has a function always.
Yeah. I think the fork can be art, but you need an artist to
made it.
say, not made, but
Point at it.
the ready-made
Frame it.
to say it. And sometimes I read this, that what makes an object art is that there was someone saying that
Like the Victory. I don't know. It's from the shop. It's I put it aside and put it in the museum. It's art. But it's a way.
But and that's tied up with. We can. We should probably put a stop.
I prefer to stop.
But
It's something I'm thinking about.
It's a long book. It's many books to answer.
It will be like David said in one of the workshops, or no, the masterclass, the whole huge ball of history will come into the room, and we'll have to deal with that. So,
The final question
Yeah.
is, what is media for him and from him? And as we talk in Portuguese, there's some kind of difficult to translate right now, because media can mean a lot of things, but when you speak in Portuguese, it's média ou meio ou instrumento, and so it's very diffuse. And for him, he said it's just an instrument. It's a tool you use to express your work, and you start talking, and even he said, the voice, it's a media, and when you bang in a drum, the drum is a media, and your hand is a media, too. Talk about when I told him I play the banjo, and when it's very humid, I completely I quit to play the banjo because I never can tune in that thing. So the air is also a media for me.
Yeah.
He agreed with that. So that's it, and we finished
Great.
the conversation.
Yeah, yeah. Because so does the media, so what's the equivalent word in Portuguese? Is
For the creative word in Portuguese media, as a talk, can be many things.
no, I mean, but what specific word might you use? Does it sound like media? Is that
Yeah,
so? It comes from
the magic.
come from the same root, which has to do with an in-betweenness, or something which one thing passes through it and comes out the other side. So there's
Interface.
Yeah, it's the
I
interface.
guess so, yeah. But there's mediation.
It's the video or it's
The way.
Yeah.
it's the way. Yeah.
So it implies a kind of input and an output, but also like the word mediation, and actually keep going back to last week, but David and Rio, their discussion, they reacted to the format, which was you had like Fabio sitting there, who was supposed to be the mediator, but he didn't really say much, and David especially and Rio, they take issue with this idea of a mediator, which is kind of like a controlling, manipulative.
Yeah, and I say that the media is some kind of control and it's a limitation
Yeah.
for your work.
But this,
That's when we talk about the air and the tuning.
This is really great. Yeah. So these things, I'd like to. Tomorrow, I'm wanting to think particularly about limitations, borders, and control, and resistance to that as well. But yeah, that's great.
It must be.
Yeah, it's limitation, but also the possibility, because.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sissi.
So I did 2 questions for Luciana, and that first one, what is important for you in making art? And then she told me that image of that movie, Back to the Past.
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future.
Oh no!
Yes, when something changed in the history, that the boy started disappearing, and then she said that's it, that her works make her alive, that if she didn't do it, she would feel like
Fade away.
disappearing. And also she said that she's very critic with herself and her work. And she stayed for a year without playing because of that once. But that's it, when her work makes her feel she's not disappearing. And then I asked if her work have changed her, and or if she changes and her work changes. And she said that when she went to London and started playing free music, improvising, she felt like she herself started being more flexible and open her mind to the world and life, because of her work was dealing with improvisation and freestyle. Herself was more open and flexible.
What did I ask you first? I asked her first, could you stop doing what you do? And she says that she couldn't stop doing any, that she couldn't stop expressing herself through art, which is what she does. Like, perhaps the art form could change, could be different, but she may change the way she expresses herself, but she would need still to keep doing art, or yes, somehow. Yeah, like kind of, yeah. So that's
Yes,
it, yeah.
the changing materials are formats, but keep the meaning.
Somehow, like, yeah,
Yes.
somehow it, yeah. And then I asked her about good or past performances, or how can you judge whether something is good or is bad. And so she says she spoke about kind of different people, processes, and she wouldn't. I will get that.
Yes, we were talking about.
No, but I know. It's para memories. She says that she, like, if she sees someone doing something, like perhaps someone doing something not very, like a bit unexperienced, she would understand that this is the process, perhaps, and they would guess. Perhaps in some time they would change and they will be doing other stuff. So at the beginning, so then we started speaking about being tolerant and understanding others' processes or stages in what they are doing.
Yeah, that sort of stage and that point is that I realized that more access I have and other people have to different kind of art, more open you start like for liking or feeling good art is something that maybe a lot of people don't think is good.
Yeah, then she spoke about, yeah.
Yes, because you're more open to art that give you space for putting the audience ideas in that, more free, more improvising.
And with
Not
accent,
auto.
with mistakes and not like the perfectly done.
And then we also talked about the difference that when you start doing art, you also start being more flexible in judging, because you also you know the difficulties of that, you know how you put yourself in that, and all the work is needed, so you start also being different audience. And then if more people had access to art, people had more access to different art, I think everybody would be more open, not judging so much, and more open to abstract things like, I think it's a kind of natural way. When you're an artist, you start to know more art, you start being more abstract, not so popular music or
mainstream.
Natural painting, you understand, you travel with the other kind of languages.
Yeah. And the last two questions, which were related in a way, was do you search for your own voice and the relation with identity and your activity? So I read out the two questions and she found that they had a connection. There was a connection between the two. And yes, she says she searches for her own voice. You spoke about
a
an
kind of
actress in
what Carina said.
doing was following scripts written by others, and then but at the same time, when you're working and perhaps you thought about copying others stuff.
And then
Difficult exercise.
Getting your memory muscles.
Yes, but that's
So much information,
Yes.
so
Is this the
I
point
know
that I
when
was?
she was speaking, I was thinking like, I really agree with her. I really like what she was saying. I can't say it.
Yeah.
But I really listen to you. My memory is
Welcome to the club.
what I said said that was a good question, because I am asking that for myself now. Because as an actress, as Carina said before, when you're an actress, you follow someone else's life. Oh, you're this character for this director, this whole, and you represent that. But then you start to have like your own voice in art. You start doing your work. And that's, I think, a point that's changing a bit in my life now. And that's it, I think I answered. That's a point of change that I'm passing through now, this kind of change. Voices, or who I am talking for. Yes, that's an open answer, really.
Great.
Remember another thing, just want to share about what you said about access and these things. I remember Rodrigo de Moraes, he's a very nice guy from Brazil. He started doing, when he was a director of museum, he started doing this Domingo no Museu. And he is brilliant because he has a lot of ideas of access, and she said that when people have more access to art, they start like seeing art in other things, and that's more beautiful. And so he made this thing, when I was director of this museum on Rio de Janeiro, he made like Domingo no Museu, and every Sunday people went to the museum and worked with one material, like the paper, something, and he got like from the industry lots of papers, and people go there and more like these sensitive things about. And another thing interesting by him, because he's a kind of curator, but not this curator that said this is good, this is not. And he made an exhibition with important art from Brazil. He worked in this set. And when he made a show and went to talk about the show, he went to the street and started taking photos of things in the streets that were like found the things that were related with these art objects in the exhibition. And we found like very similar shapes and materials and all like around the museum that were in fact out.
So it was like imitating the insides of the museum through the outsides of it.
Yeah, and so like open and looking and really laughing.
I think because we're like 2 hours left, and I had 2 other sections planned, but I think we'll just need a 5-minute interval, and then we'll think about space. So we're going to be moving finally, and we'll see how much time we have for the Tempest, because we could just return to that tomorrow and begin with that. But yeah, I want to keep all these thoughts and ideas into this next exercise, and we're going to sort of think about it, I guess, with our bodies and with the space. So yeah, do you guys want a tiny break, or do you want to start? Okay, cool. So I'll say to you the first thing to do, and I have to quickly go, and I'll be back in a minute. Like too much coffee and tea. So yeah, I've written down the plan, but we're not going to do every single thing because we need to condense it a bit, and I think it would work better if we changed it around. I thought we'd sort of explore the space in 3 different ways, and then in a sort of concluding way, you as individuals will begin to make yourself resident, or to turn a space into a place, and so on and so forth. So initially, we'll go through, I suppose, the different senses, beginning with touch. And however you want, whether you're walking around, lying down, or crawling, or just to start to enter this space and to get to know this space through the sense of touch. And we'll spend 5 minutes on that, and then we'll move on to looking and seeing, listening, and then think about smell. And then we'll move on to the next exercise, which will be a bit more about claiming space, a bit more of an aggressive approach to it. So at the moment you're responding and observing the space through different senses, and keep a note of it, keep it in your mind. And then later on you'll have to remember it in the way that you're remembering your interviews. Does that make sense? So yeah, so the first word, as much as
to observe this space and answer for ourselves how can we transform it in a place.
Eventually we'll get there, but for now, just for this exercise, it's purely exploring the space, and but first through touch. So don't worry so much now about looking or listening, but think about how it feels and touch, and then we'll move on to the other senses, and then we'll collect it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we do these as individuals in your own way, however you feel, and then every now and then I'll tell you to change your emphasis.
Okay.
By the way, in the time of my life, I had to stop all the things I used to do, or writing, or playing, or composing, almost get crazy.
Yes, my last year I stopped a lot of things too. My last year, I did a exhibition here in this gallery. Was curated, but really I was not producing things on my own, just working with words that were like that. Last year was my conflict. Now I am coming from the
Almost went crazy, you know, it's something,
Yes.
it's not a physiological thing, you know, you
Yeah,
have to.
affects you.
Yes, yeah.
yes, but that makes us change stronger. The things you did that time.
Not artwork, things I used to collect, or clothes. I had some crazy things in them.
That's what you had to leave.
Zero.
So I think it's best to do this in silence and as individuals, and then we'll feed back together. listening specifically. You can still carry on what you're doing, but if you pay specific attention to what you're hearing now, and try and record what you hear. Now pay specific attention to what you can see. Finally, if at all, what you can smell. so, in a minute, I'd like us all to get back to the carpet and, without saying anything, if you can write down everything that you can recall from your experiences. So try and recall as many of things that you felt, where you felt them, things you heard, where you heard them, and so on. Just as quick, and write down as quickly as possible. won't share these yet. This was one stage in the exercise. Now I'd like you to do, you can take the writing material with you if you like, or you can try and just remember things. What I'd like you to start doing now is to go around the space again. I'd like you to name the space, so to name certain areas, so that you have a way of referring to, say, that corner or this campus here. So that's something that's specific to you, that's helpful. So we can start to address the different parts of the space, if that makes sense.
What allows you to address the place?
To address, I mean to refer to parts of the space by giving them a name. And you can be as boring, functional as you want. You could say left corner or ceiling, or you could say Charlie, any way of nation that you want.
And you should name it in silence or itself?
Yeah, on your own. And so it's probably best to take a note of it. And so we're going to start to map the space in this way. So we've done it through the senses, and now we're thinking of applying names to it. So whenever you're ready, start doing that. Have you got? Yeah.
monte de banda.
Não, o livro é o fio.
Fígado.
Não,
Fio.
folhas,
Paper.
leaves. Eu
Leaves.
falei paper, a gente estava falando leaves, folhas de papel.
So how,
Tem um
The
livro.
leaves.
how are we all feeling right now? Are we okay with carrying on, or do we?
Hungry. Can I just grab a
Yeah,
sandwich?
sure, yeah. So the next exercise that we'll do, we'll use this paper. We'll have this would be our first work, I guess, that we could display and exhibit. What I'd like you to do is firstly, I should have brought some blindfolds, but I'm going to trust you and you should trust yourself. The exercise is to draw a map of this, what is maybe still a space to us, but with your eyes closed. So and
Oh my
obviously try and be accurate, but I'm not expecting them to be, these will all be your own individual maps of it. And then once we've got that, we'll start to input the things that we've collected in whatever ways you see fit. So, okay, yeah, in your own time.
map based it on our points, what we need for a map for everything.
A map of everything that you've been feeling and listening to and naming and let's
Put names.
we'll do that afterwards. The
Yeah.
first thing to do is basically draw to draw as accurately as you
With your eyes closed.
with your eyes closed. So take your time.
Okay.
And I'm going to try it as well. You've all got. You might want to do it on this surface.
Yes, it's kind of
And yeah. You've still got your eyes closed, or have you looked yet?
I have looked.
You have looked. Yeah, when you feel you finish, open your eyes.
It's not too bad.
This is fantastic.
No, yours is perfect.
This is
Very symmetric.
I'm really bad at drawing.
No, you discover now you just draw with your eyes closed.
Great.
You'll get a great.
Blind painter.
That's the way you should have done it. Yeah.
Wow.
Retracing is very good. Is that
Yes.
retracing your footsteps?
Right?
Is the walk that you
Yeah.
took? Yeah.
Like a fly.
Like
Leonardo's going for some good simplicity there.
and Carina Flores burning.
Oh, I can identify something, some elements, yeah.
That's the part.
Yeah, the leaves, which is very important for you.
Yeah.
Ah, the leaves.
I also draw the
And
leaves
this,
they're
and
not
this.
here.
Ah, the window.
Windows.
Ah,
I
there.
tried to make a cup of coffee.
With your eyes closed.
Yeah.
I
I would
mean-
say a cycle coffee, you know.
I made these are the cup of coffee, the plastic cup of coffee, and the wallets there.
It's on the table. Mine wouldn't be on the table.
The mixer.
Yeah, it is. I smell them. I smell them.
Oh, there's something I really get wrong, you know, this finds me.
You also got the bike as well as me.
This is the coffee table, which is in the wall, and this is
The top.
Francini and Sophia's table, which is outside. Maybe that's significant because it does feel like it's outside of.
I just did this place. This is the triangle, the corner that the shadow triangle.
Of the line.
Yes, but have a shadow of triangle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Up here.
No,
No,
there.
no, no,
You
right
cannot
there.
see it from there.
Yeah, right there.
Oh
That's
yes, yeah. Oh, I forgot the bird.
Leonardo's brilliant, no? Yours.
I just draw this face, not these things.
I'm not sure, but I named it the Burton.
Yeah, it was the name of this portal, but the points portal, because I saw a little spot, a little point, a little failure in the painting. You know, it's just a little point, and I moved back and front to watch this and how the things change it. So this point should be here. And this mic should be here.
Yes, for me it's the triangle corner. And that shadow to have 3 colors.
Yeah.
And then I did it 3 colors.
So I think well, what's going to just now we can start naming things. So like writing. You might want to use like a different color pen or.
I would like to, if nobody minds, I would like to use the red, but if
Red sun.
so yeah, it's really great that some of you actually maps already contain some of the sensuous information.
The sense?
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
no, but you've already started to do that, so that's good. But yeah, so yeah, name the locations that you've given, and then after that, if you could annotate certain points where you had a particular sensory observation. Does that make sense? These pens aren't very good.
I love this one.
Yeah. Yeah, so first if you did give names to different parts, that, and then to annotate, to write how well, you could even draw, you don't have to write it, but particular sensory observations that you felt were important.
Ah, que legal. Essa parte a minha tá aqui. Eu não sei fazer. Mas é a
O
mesma.
cantinho, eu queria cruzar o cantinho, eu botei pra botar.
É a mesma parte. Isso, eu aqui.
Como é que é duro? Duro.
Hard.
Thank you.
A gente não está acostumado, né?
E relevo, como é que é relevo?
It's relief.
Really? What was
Relevo. You feel it, relevo.
texture?
Texture, but
It's like
more like, yeah, texture. Okay.
a nice landscape way.
Yeah, more in the landscape.
Contours. Maybe it's when it's sort of like this. It's not just one
Yeah.
texture. It's like different. Like feeling that's different. Maybe contour levels, but contours.
Contours?
Yeah, like the mountains.
Yes.
Sort of, yeah, contours.
Contours.
So CONT.
Contours.
CONTOURS.
In Portuguese, we use for the different kind of. It's like a geographic
Yeah,
term.
yeah. Is that? I think that's contour. Yeah. So you can talk about the contours of a mountain, but also like surfaces. trees throughout. In some way as a reference. I think the final part of this exercise, and then before we have an hour and 5 minutes left. So I think to finish off, we could construct a specific place here, sort of comfortable and where you feel that you can begin to start further work. And then from those positions we'll start to look at the Tempest. To find a specific place that you're going to for this evening and tomorrow claim as your own. To make your own.
Since the workshop, I stay always here. So right here.
So I think the purpose of this is for now is for us to separate ourselves from each other. And then the exercise with the Tempest will be a way of breaking that separation.
Keeps taking chairs.
My place. No, I know.
And so feel free to move things and change things.
Someone has
Sissi, folhas, tipo, muito.
I want to put this in your
Aquela
room.
folhas pelos lados, eu acho que ele.
Aqui, cai muito lá.
Achei que era aquele. Acho que. Sculpture. Now every noise.
Bye bye. Hi neighbor.
Vecino.
In 2 minutes, can we reconvene in the center of the carpet? I don't want to stop people. I think we should wrap up for today. We'll sit on the carpet and infuse and prepare for tomorrow. That's great. And we can continue this. We've still got the handout. I don't know if necessary.
Yes, where is mine?
Is this it?
Can be.
Do you have yours?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
So we have 25 minutes left. I don't think we have enough time to really throw ourselves into the text. I think we'll begin with that tomorrow. So I think now I'll introduce the idea, the initial idea that I had with what we'll do, and I'll tell you the pairings that I wanted to put you in to begin with. And I think this I guess it depends on what plans you have during the day tomorrow and how much time you have, and because it might be something you want to maybe prepare a little before you come, but we'll use the time and the space to really start getting to work with it. So for example, you might want to read it bring in a short passage from this play, which deals specifically with, I guess, ideas of arrival, entering a space. There's lots of themes in there that we can think about and pluck out. And so there's music, invisibility, magic, wonder, and newness. Novelty, many other things, also weather and environment. I just feel like it's a very particularly sort of sensually engaging moment. And also, just I guess another way, as we've started to do today, but a way of starting to make contact with each other through different forms. So the purpose of the exercise, I suppose, would be finding a way of, which you've already started to do, a way of introducing yourselves to each other through your, I suppose, work, or through whatever tools you want to use for this residency. So I guess there's a practical question now. So some of you have brought instruments and tables, and some of you brought your bodies, and that you feel like that's your tool and environment. So I guess the question is, what do people need, and what do people feel like they want to bring here? So do people feel like they want to bring something in to the space, or that they need anything?
Something that isn't here.
Yeah, something that we don't have here, or something.
Yeah, people will want to bring things here. Okay. Are you asking like people? It's us.
No, I'm asking you. I mean, you don't necessarily have to tell us, but I suppose it's sort of bringing your tools with you, right? Because we're here for this week, and we haven't been given a specific theme. We haven't been given anything other than this space and the event. So we're kind of, trying to move away from the emptiness of that. And we might want to think about the emptiness. That might become an area of focus. But I suppose it's figuring out what are you comfortable with, or what do you want to use. So that's something to think about. And I suppose this exercise will force you to come up with an answer like that. So, yeah, I guess actually I wanted to ask at the beginning, but it really was, I guess another sort of practical thing was, yeah, do you know what you want to do here? Did you come here with any project ideas or specific things you're interested in? And if not, that's fine. But yeah, I'd like to know sort of from the outset whether people had specific things they wanted to work on and to think about.
My answer is very simple. So I have no idea.
I was just like that until tomorrow. Until yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm just as you until tomorrow, until yesterday. So after the presentation, after the workshop, I just I can make a lot of things, you know. It's like, I can put a rope so fucking long rope. And I had a lot of trash and stuff, grass in like my house. I intended to bring, but we'll see.
You've got ideas bubbling away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I may have a few ideas, but I kind of like intentional. It was intentional that I kept it really open to.
Yeah, I have some ideas too, but I think that I can focus in the beginning of the week.
Yeah.
Would you like Luciana open, curious? I don't know. Always open for me. So many possibilities, but me parece,
It seems.
seems that I want to work with Ollie and this space and with the natural elements of this space.
As we've so violently plunged on us today.
It's
Kind
not
of
the
as always
water.
a feeling. It's kind of
This.
Yes, me too. I didn't came to the project with a specific idea, but I have now interested in knowing more instruments, bizarre instruments, and working with my voice and sound. So this festival came like a gift from the present, because I really wanted to do more that, and also because I have some videos that I want to edit, and I wanted to do the soundtrack for it. And then when you of course, when you say the Tempest, and then I saw the red light and the shadows, and I started to think about blood and spirit, I don't know, theater things, you know. But then there specifically I was interested in the shadows, really, you know, how many shadows things could, but I couldn't put many things in front of it as I wanted.
Yeah.
And that's new stuff that appeared with the shadows, like images. But I really wanted with my body to explore voice, and maybe I will bring these instruments and we can play with it and see, everybody can use it and see how we can.
It was not to play with music, but I bring some musical instruments because to felt more cozy and more.
Yeah,
I like
I think
the
that's
tiny little harmonium. It's a toy, and the harp it's a toy too. So
No,
it's
really.
kind of drone, you know. It's really good. I don't think as a musician, not just for music.
Yeah, and I also want to try to bring a mic which I normally plug to the loop station. So that's an air mic. So no, it's not just to pick up sounds that you may make in your voice or your voice or whatever, and it goes through my loop station, and then I can figure out effects and stuff.
I really want to learn about these things.
But yeah, and I'm also thinking that I want to do different stuff. Not the, he was speaking before about habits and repeating yourself and stuff. And I kind of, that's one idea he probably has here, trying to use this opportunities to change
Great habit.
different things.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about, but working on with spider webs, more interesting about nature and how we can create nature as human beings. So and now I think I will continue doing here because first I thought it was never related with sound and stuff like maybe because I'm exploring. I'm interested in showing this like art and artisanat, I don't know how to say it.
Artisanal.
Or handcraft.
Yeah, artisanal craft.
And why some questions about why it's not art, but I'm trying to use process from a crab from this like to do something.
Yeah.
So I'm working with
Soda.
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 Lata.
Cans.
Soda can.
And soda can, and I doing rocks with soda cans by heating the cans in the rock. So I have the shape of it.
I have a question. We
It's very noisy.
we can start like bringing things and piling up stuff in our little corner. So we don't need to use our space. We can every day bring new stuff.
Yeah.
So we can collect stuff.
Yeah, I want to take literally that idea of residency. We may find we may want to change things halfway through. We may want to move house, or you know, that's good as well.
Visit your neighbor.
Yeah.
Just
Hi neighbor,
So I feel like, you know, we're here various. I mean, we've all got things in common, but we're very disparate, do very different things, and we're all here as individuals put together in a group. So I think that sense of having that freedom to be an individual here is important. But it's also all about what we do when we meet. And I mean, it's quite nice how this is, maybe it's almost too cozy, but it's nice how we have this as our meeting point. And,
living room.
yeah. Did I have other? Oh yeah. So I think tomorrow, the first, I think maybe it will be divided into two, because that's how today seemed to work, and I think it's a good, you know, however many hours we spent beginning. And, so I think we'll begin with we'll do something practical together. So we'll look at this template and we'll have this very clear exercise to do, and by the end of it, we'll have 3 little performances or presentations to perform to each other and to the cameras, whoever's watching. Then I think the second part, I wanted to turn the, I guess, leadership to you guys, so that we would take turns in giving the group.
I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
I'm
The second part.
I'm getting really tired now, so I'm saying
Yeah.
things in a very long, complex way when I could be very clear. Basically, I'd like you all to bring with you an exercise or activity for all of us to do, which involves an element of restriction or limitation or rule. So, you know, you could give a specific instruction, and the other person has to respond to that instruction. Or you could, I'm trying to think of
Que dê uma limitação, uma regra para as pessoas. Uma instrução.
Uma instrução. Ok.
Instrução.
Instrução.
Yeah.
Ok.
And yeah, so and it can be anything, any kind of whatever. Yeah, I don't want to tell you too much because I want to leave that to you.
The instruction, the limitation idea, just one could be any other instruction.
Just one.
That's an example. Or it could be any other thing. So,
Instruction, I guess, just
we
something.
need to come up with an exercise
Yeah.
which is
An instruction.
an instruction of any kind.
Yeah.
Could be
Oh,
the limitation is an example
Yeah.
possibility, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that.
Yeah. I mean, the exercise is to provide an instruction for
An instruction.
the rest of the group to respond to. So they might choose to disobey it or they might bring up to it. Is that doable? Is that possible?
It's okay.
I think, yeah, I'm kind of sort of reproject that.
Let's go for it.
Speaking part.
Yeah.
Let's go for it. Yeah.
I also,
Speaking part.
Yeah, we go. We understand.
Let's go for it.
anyway, okay, I think, yeah, I've really enjoyed today. I'm really,
And for you, it's probably 10, or what time is it for you now?
in England, it is 11, 10
No,
to
but
10.
he is here in
No, I'm used to
a
this
week.
time now. I'm used to it. No, I don't use it anymore.
I don't use it in my dad.
So you used it.
But
We have 10 minutes left, but
We can.
is it until 8 today?
yeah.
Yeah?
No, not until 10.
No, that's next week.
8.
Ah, just for us, 10 till 10.
No,
After.
After.
I thought it was
We
until
fall.
10. Until
These 3 days we've got 5 hours, and then.
Ah, okay.
But
By the way,
But you will be here. But
yeah, I'm here as well. Yeah, so I'm also a resident, I guess. But
And you bring some idea, or you?
yeah, the things I want to work on, and tomorrow I will bring my own sound equipment as well. I'm kind of cautious about composing too much, but yeah, so that's why I want you guys to contribute exercises now, because I don't want to be the only person telling you what to do every day. So
by the way, I just came here tomorrow at 4.
okay,
That's okay.
right. Okay. So maybe I'll.
Just tomorrow.
Oh.
Just tomorrow.
Okay.
Just
I have limitations.
So are you coming late as well, Lucas?
Tomorrow I can come here in the middle of the afternoon.
For?
I just came here for 5, 6,
No.
7, 8,
4, 7.
4. So that's no.
Okay.
So So is it better for us to start at 4?
At 4 and
tomorrow
finish
work
at 9.
At 9? Maybe.
Can do that. I don't know about the others.
Yeah, well, let's. Oh, they're gone. Yeah, I think that would be better because I'd rather we started together.
Yeah.
And before we go, and I won't always force you into groups. I mean, we don't have to have the stream on. Or should we just do 4 hours?
I don't know.
Or we can fill the first hour with something else.
1 hour, Fran vai ficar com a máscara do ovo.
Yeah,
In
but
front of the camera dancing.
é assim, ó.
Dancing.
Eles dois chegam tarde às 4. A gente pensou se a gente não começa às 4, das 4 às 9. Pra começar tudo junto. Porque eles têm outros compromissos.
We can manage it after.
Às 3 o streaming tá aberto.
Das 3 às 8.
A gente pode estender o streaming até às 9. A gente só não pode diminuir.
Entendi.
Well, we'll be here at 3, and we don't necessarily have to start the
Everybody
whatever
work.
it is. Yeah, we can kind of actually just
Yes, we
kind
can
of continue what we're
yes.
doing, just kind
We
of getting.
can continue
you're
experimenting
playing.
our things.
Yeah.
It would be good to be here earlier also. And then we get a tree and we play with things,
So and
make
then
a
at,
choreography.
and then at
We'll
4,
be here until
yeah,
4.
and then at 4 o'clock we'll start.
Together.
When you arrive. So the group side thought, although maybe it should change. 'Cause well, no, because I thought of specific pairings to begin with. So yeah, let me, yeah.
Well, I think we should start at 4 if they are not coming until 4. I'm happy to
We
start.
can be here from 3 and you can do what you like.
And then at 4 we start with everybody.
Because they're going to be right, so I mean, you don't have to do anything,
But you can try your instruments and things like that. And just connect
See,
yourself.
There's a lot of problems because Carina don't have to,
And stay till 9.
can't stay.
we're not going to stay till 9.
No.
No. Yeah.
So
We
just.
finish at 8. So we're going to have 4 hours tomorrow.
So let's start at 3.
Well, we'll be here for 5 hours, but we'll have 4 hours of this specific work. So the first hour will be whoever's here is doing whatever they like in this space, making yourself at home, blah, 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 blah. Then from 4 o'clock, we'll begin working on this text. Yeah. And so the pairs I wanted to give, for various reasons of my own, but actually, they already started autonomously. So I thought of Luciana and Fernandez, and Sissi and Leo and Carina and Lucas. I know it's quite specifically heteronormatively gendered, but it wasn't to do with gender, it was actually to do with the different practices. But also the scene is about an encounter between Miranda, her daughter, and Ferdinand. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It was primarily how I wanted to see these different practices coming together. Yeah, so before you come, if you have time to read, do so, but we'll read it together and then we'll get started on it. But yeah, thank you.
My God, eu li a primeira. What's Amaricá das Areias?
Oh, it's a translation
Do Google?
error.
Amareladas.
Amareladas, yeah.
É yellow.
It's yellow sand. I know. Oh,
Amareladas.
Oh yes, that's supposed to be an L.
Could be amarrecadas, no? And some duck stuff.
Yeah, I was typing it up. So.
Amarrecá das Areias seria vidro, né? Já uma fase depois, tipo, martelando as areias, o vidro.
So,
Good.
I'm go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy.